Sometimes I wonder if Misaka just forgets that she has a stream running.
Yeah. Slay, we have returned after some amount of time, clearly. Where are you? I decided I would make tea. It takes kind of a while. We're not sorry. Oh yeah. There's a lot of, there's kind of a lot involved in it. And then on top of that, there's also the whole part about, like, building it. Or, no. Not the tea. The tea. Tea must be, like, brewed? And then actual stretching a little bit on top of all this. I don't know. Lots to do, I guess. Lots and lots to do. What do we do with this? Can we, like, install? Not quite. Can we set a prefix? Or some such, maybe? Hello and welcome to Ray March. Of course, I'm gonna yawn. The real question here is, who is sleepier? Misaka or Sleepy Teal Coder? Is it Meisaka or is it Sleepy Saka? No one is sure. I don't know if I need to set a prefix or not. Maybe I do. I don't know. I feel like that I should be able to like install things. Install. Uninstall. I'm guessing it's is handled in subdirectories. Look up install. Uninstall. Uninstall. Install bin. Oh, is that something I can configure? Don't entirely know. Maybe I set the prefix to something. know. Local? Maybe that would make more sense. Maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. Be like, I don't know where to put it. Yeah, I don't know where to put it at all. Hmm. Make all the things? I don't know if that would change anything or not. Kinda does, though. E? Can you install? Or you have stuff. Like this, for example. Does program. Okay. It does program. And then let's go back to the GCC nonsense and ECMA. ECMA. It's not an acronym, technically. Or maybe it is. I don't know. So, most people don't know this, but JavaScript is kind of officially called ECMAScript. So it says like ECMA script. So I'm making an operating system with it. So it'd be the ECMA operating system, except it's not. But it is. But it isn't. Nobody knows. I don't remember what that scrambly word is. I don't remember. The anagram? Anagram. Oh, GCC. Oh, some sort of configure. Maybe this one? Maybe this one? I'm gonna go into home. ECMA. And I think I'm gonna put everything in this tools directory. Maybe. But there's also a way to supposedly maybe specify the bin utils. Maybe. What am I gonna do with all of this power? You know, I don't really have any words for that because in all the total amounts of sarcasm that could potentially be had here, it's yeah, it's I can't imagine this being good. This is not good. Oops. Oh yeah. The whole thing is likely to be a novelty, if it works at all. A little joke. With all of my amassed power, I will rule the world. Wide web. Or maybe I'll throw an exception. We are unsure. What is in here? Do we have like bin? Are you a bin? Sort of. Like maybe if I glue this path into my path, it might, I don't know if this will have a different outcome or not. Yeah. I want to do export path. I want these on the front of the path? Perhaps? And then we want to configure target. Target LD. So yes, it does now in fact find the targets. Alright, so maybe we'll cook this. Will it blend? Nope. I still have cannot compute suffix of object files, which means I probably caused some sort of fatal flaw here. GHC JS? I don't know. I don't know. It's just something in bin utils. It's probably a backend for Haskell, maybe. I know that this is a thing that exists. Whether or not this is actually that thing, I don't know. I was more messing with this list here. That's the one that I was paying attention to. Does my T become T? It's very, very... It's very warm. As tea should be. But that also means that I cannot drink it. I don't know what this suffix of object files. Oh. It's very... Oh. Wait, what are we broken on here? It's libgcc again. Why you not work? Zonderman. This is not familiar. In the slightest. I feel like maybe like 98% of the nonsense that Cool Coding Cat asks me if I know of it is stuff that I don't know about at all. Completely and totally oblivious. I don't care if you've misspelled it. I still don't know. This thing is suffering. Do not run again. Yeah. The host GCC AS program. Something about this script is not scripting. I don't know if these are supposed to be empty. What is a regional? Star exec original. I don't think that happened. I don't think these are supposed to be blank. I don't think any of these are supposed to be blank. ASMR. ASMR. I don't think that anything I have ever done is like ASMR worthy. It's not done visual ASMR or auditory ASMR. People who pretend like they're doing either. Ugh. Ugh. Not a fan. This is not going. This is not going. I feel like I should just... Yeah, maybe we need to delete these again. Delete build a host, target. I mean, you got configure, which I don't know if there's some configuration option that I'm missing. There's with build sysroot. Oops. Maybe we want with build sysroot. But I also don't know. Boy, 3 a.m. 2 a.m. The craziest part was that my previous schedule had me like starting around this hour, I think. Or like, or was it 2 hours before? I don't remember. It was something though. I don't know if I have to build the paths into these or not. I don't know if I have to put sysroot in here as the target for cross-compiling or not. I don't even know why I'm trying to use a phony operating system target for. I'm so evil sometimes. window managers. Nothing quite that deep. The objective is more to like get sort of like the core of an operating system, which might mean like, I don't know, a POSIX emulator of sorts. Which means I would need like the basic tools like ls, cd, bash, all that boring stuff. I don't know. Right now I'm trying to go down one of the... So there's lots of different like things that needs to be done, obviously. So I'm kind of right now looking into like what it would take to like build all of like the libraries. Like the C libraries or something. This is quite the fearsome title, I think. Host. GCCAS. Do you actually run? Okay, you do actually run this time. What was that? Where the hell was that command? Very target prefix languages all target lib gcc. libgcc does not want to go. Alright, what do we got here for an error? libgcc mvars. Virtual memory. We don't really have to mess with virtual memory, per se. So like, this is probably the least understood thing about operating systems. An operating system has like a bunch of different components. You have like a kernel, you have like the system libraries, you have like system utilities, you have different flavors of shells. All the things. Swap partition. We don't have a swap partition. I don't necessarily know if I need a swap partition. Obviously, as an operating system, I probably want to make it so that you can configure a swap partition. But that's not very high on the level of list. I think list is the word. That's not high on the list of priorities that I'm going for here. Apparently we are missing a file. libgcc.mvars. Nobody needs swap. If you need swap, you're doing it wrong. I think this is actually cooled off enough that I can actually drink it. Eight gigabytes of RAM. Download more RAM. just download more RAM. I don't know what this file comes from. It's part of libgcc. I think. Or it's part of GCC. Green hair. Green hair. Imagine if you had a Misaka with green hair. What horrors would befall me? I guess we're just gonna have to give Misaka green hair at some point. Clearly. Where does this come from? Dot M vars. I actually have like so many different flavors of hair color. All of them use like older versions of like the 3D though. Like I think I updated a whole bunch of other textures and parameters and things. Where the hell does this come from? It's part of the GCC makefile.in. Makefile.in? Are you telling me that a shrimp fried this rice? I don't think we can make fractal mesaka broth. This doesn't really seem like something that it would seem to be the most doable. I don't have temp lib gcc anything, do we? Will this show up in the make file? You do technically show up in the host make file. Then why do you not exist? about GCC support? Lib GCC support. This is part of all cross. Which is part of all. Yeah. You don't target, do you? Am I missing a target? I feel like I'm missing a target, and it's driving me insane. I have it installed. Is this target just like not target? Do we just not? Eek? Eep? internal. All cross. All thing. I don't know if the all target is actually all. It's actually all it's cracked up to be. Yeah. The all cross. Oops. Where did you come from? There are so many layers to all of this. And my internet's freaking out again. That's not great. Eek. Eek. If I disappear again randomly, then you know I'm gonna cross some kind of critical threshold or something. Because it's gonna happen. I don't want install, I want all. Where does this one come from? Yeah. cross directory structure. Honestly, I have no clue. Not again. Ever again. Ever agonical. And all of these such things. Ugh, yeah. There's so many layers to this that I don't even know where to look for anything. Like where even? Where even does one look for this one particular variable? In this one particular place? Such that it will supposedly get built? One can never be quite sure. I'm not entirely sure. Mata. Mata. Daya. Config. I don't know if I did some of these things. Oh, yeah. I almost feel like I should, like, I don't know, write down what the hell I'm doing and what kind of errors that we have. I know what I've tried or what I haven't tried. You know, document my journey. This is something that I don't usually do. Ever. Am I going to start now? Probably not. Probably not. That's a lot of headers. It's a lot of headers. Can I put ECMA in here? Do you have Linux in here? Sort of. A little bit of sort of. So many stars everywhere. Very, This is a bit of an unusual way to configure things. I've probably seen worse. I don't know if I have to mess with any of my targets, though. Do I? Native system header directory. Native system header directory. We do star. Very star. Linux star. ECMA. And then a system header directory. It kinda maybe want that. I don't know though. I don't know though. I feel like this is not gonna fix any of my issue. What does the internet say about this? Build outside the source tree. The problem doesn't appear. Ataya. Oh, the internet is going brr again in a bad way. Oh, please, no. I think the answer to this question, assuming my internet doesn't die on me again, is to build outside of the source tree. Yeah. Can we just clean? Eat all of those? Alright, no more makefile. No more misbehaving makefile. Yeah. Wait, we're already in here. Yeah, already in here. Figure. GCC. Something target. What is going on with my internet right now? I have no clue. Nothing good, I can assure you of that. I don't know if I need to like change the build order here. It's like technically we don't have like a libc of our own. And we didn't build a libc. I could imagine that being like slightly obnoxious though. Slightly obnoxious to build a libc. This thing is kind of going. I don't know if it's gonna break or not. I have every faith that it might. But I don't know. Hello. And welcome to the Schmill. I think those are both L's. My eyesight is not great sometimes. What is happening? This is a good question. This is maybe a good question. I am trying to build an operating system. We're trying to build the user space. Now, assuming my OBS doesn't want to drop every single frame in existence, which it is trying very hard to do for some unknowable reason. Then I could explain that, to make an operating system, you need to build, system libraries. And the most important system library you need is the C library, because we need this to run, to build, the what's it called? The core of the runtime. So JavaScript, you have to run JavaScript, for example, inside of a JavaScript interpreter, an environment. And the JavaScript interpreter of choice here so far is Node. But Node requires the C library and the C++ library and some math library. So I want to build all of these so that I can build, or I want to build a custom version of these, rather than be dependent on the ones from my host system, because I want, oh, that's not good. That is, what is going on with my internet? This is a sign, I'm sure. Maybe. We're trying to build a GCC, which is a C compiler, so I can build the other parts of the operating system, as opposed to just borrowing existing flavors. Because earlier, we cheated, and we just borrowed the, libc and whatnot from the host system, and I'm like, yay, it's Node on Linux and nothing else, and I don't want to cheat. We want to do it sort of semi-properly. But semi-properly involves compiling all the things. And I would say, if you know what you're doing, building GCC probably doesn't take very long. Like if you have everything like streamlined, set up, configured the way you need it to, it probably takes a couple of minutes. Depending on your hardware, of course. But I'm trying to like... We're trying to like add a platform to GCC. And adding a platform is difficult. Because I kind of don't know what the hell I'm doing. I mean, I kind of, in a way, some ways do, but also I kind of don't. I've been digging around for things. I have not been having a very good luck with any of it. Like, I'm kind of tempted to, like, maybe follow some sort of build guide, because I think I'm missing a few things. Let's see, what is this thing? The directory that should contain system headers does not exist. Wait, really? Oh, yeah, we moved it. God damn it. I should just read the error code that's sitting in front of my face instead of being like, what am I doing? I kind of forgot, though. Kind of sort of forgot. What do we want to do? We want to symlink. I want to point this at the Linux user include directory. I want to unlink user include. I always say that this is, I call this user, but I'm like, is it really? I don't know. No, we want to go into build GCC. And then I want to make all the GCC all target libgcc. No such file or directory. We don't have a standard IO. We don't have standard IO. You know, this is actually not that big of a problem, though. This is actually kind of good in a way. It's kind of good that we have this kind of error. Because if I've reading the like random documentation correctly, this means that it is now trying to seek out libc on the target system. What the hell is going on with the internet right now? Yeah. I think this is a sign, though. My stream is, like, kind of struggling at the moment, and not in a very good way at all. Yeah. So much So, yeah, given that my internet quality has gone down the tubes, not the tubes, we might just sort of end here, probably. I mean, it's been long enough. It's probably been long enough. I have no idea what's wrong with it. Twitch is being a pain. My system is kind of... System internet is kind of being a pain. Like, we're not dropping tickets, are we? What if we want to look at STM? It's sort of a maybe. It's sort of a maybe. I don't know. Something with the internet is going awry. As much as I would love to, like, I don't know, deep dive into, like, writing some flavor of, like, libc, standard IO. Which would in fact be very, very evil. I think this is probably something that needs to wait until next time. Probably. Maybe, probably. It's very, very laggy. I don't know. I don't think you're gonna... I don't think we're really gonna get anywhere. We're probably just gonna end here. Because it's something between me and Twitch. And it's been 9 hours anyway. it's laggy. It's laggy and broken. This is a sign to like. I don't know. Just. I think this is a sign for me to stop. Probably. Probably. I might have to research what I'm doing, but I think it's probably going to be next time libc nonsense. I think next time, probably. We either dive into libc nonsense or we dive into utilities. I don't know. This whole entire project is sort of a very, very obscure, random, spontaneous thing, and I don't know why I'm even. I don't know why we're doing this. Don't know why I am doing this. It's kind of nonsense though. Kind of sort of nonsense though, if you think about it. Yeah. Too much yeah. A file system? A file system? There's two different ways of writing file systems. File systems, you can write what are called file system in user space, which Linux calls fuse, where you have like, you know, a regular application, but it calls some like special like Linux APIs that allow you to pretend to be a file system. And this is how a lot of different file systems are actually put together. And then the other way of doing it is to build a file system in kernel land, a little bit more involved. The great thing about file systems in user space is that you can basically write your file system in pretty much like any language, as long as you're able to like hook up the different like API bindings. You have no idea what's going on in that background, but E. So those are like the two flavors of like file system connectors. However, when it comes to like the down and dirty low level stuff of like actually making the file system, well, I mean, that's sort of where all the fun is, I guess. All you really have to do is make any sort of like data structure that stores values. Generally, if you're trying to build a file system that you want to have like, I don't know, widely available, then it sort of makes sense to do it in the kernel. But if you're writing like a utility file system, that doesn't need to do anything particularly weird or special, you can usually get away with writing a fuse, a file system in user space. Especially if you want to use something that's, you know, not C. Because if you're going to write a file system for a kernel, you either have to be the one writing the kernel, or you have to write your file system in, like, C. I mean, technically, maybe you could write it in Rust. Rust in the Linux kernel is, like, not... I don't know. It's the unpopular choice, apparently. Difficult. Whereas if you write it in user space, you could write your file system in, like, C, C++, Rust, Zig, Go, Python, JavaScript. Very serious, by the way. You know, Python, Fuse, Python interface to libfuse. You can write file systems in Python. Pretty much anything if you link to this library. Well, I'm curious. Libfuse. JavaScript. Fuse.js, low-level bindings for Fuse. If you want to write file systems in JavaScript, lets you write file systems in user space using JavaScript and Node.js. It's gonna implement all this stuff. Somebody made this. C4 Milo? Camillo? To do fixed signal handling, specifically SIGINT, whenever the file system is mounted. And the Node.js process receives SIGINT. Few signal handlers don't seem to be getting called. File system examples. Tests. Nobody needs tests. Nobody needs tests. It's github.io. Web link. API documentation. Download. You know, there's no mention of whether or not it's like on like NPM or something. List projects using Fuse.js and README. You know, I might have to like... I don't know. We might have to like come back to this. Also, I'm like not signed in on this instance of Firefox. Oops. Damn it. E. Control W strikes again. I hate that. At some point I was tempted to make like the... what's it called? To make like the sway bar program inject commands to like swallow Control W if I'm like got Firefox highlighted. I'm going to like log into this stupid thing and star that repository. Because it seems useful to me in a weird way. A weird, unhealthy way. I don't know if it's any good or not, but I'm curious. probably. What am I working on? I don't know. At the moment, I'm kind of like sort of wrapping up the stream. The overarching theme of the stream, however, I was working on trying to build like a cross-compiling version of GCC. So we can build like binaries for like a Linux-based operating system. A Linux-based operating system where pretty much like all of it, like as much of the operating system's core as possible is supposed to be like JavaScript. Node.js and JavaScript. But to build like Node.js, you need like libc, you need libc++, you need like libm, probably a couple of other random odds and ends. And that the objective would be to get like this again, a version of Node running on just a very plain minimal Linux, but like with other things. I don't know if I'm explaining it very well. But earlier on this, like in a previous stream, I set up like the Linux kernel, and I built like Node against like my systems libraries. I just like dumped all of them into like this sort of minimalistic operating system. What purpose? To have an operating system? The reason you build operating systems is mainly just for the novelty factor. This is for fun. Maximum entertainment? Maximum fun? What's it? Chaos ls? Wait, I wrote ls so far. We can like get directory listing, and you can see that there's not very much on this thing. There's Node. There's like the 4 libraries that I need. There are in fact 4 of them in here. And then I think there's another one in like lib64. The dynamic linker. There's 5 libraries. And then there's Node. Node.js. And that's kind of it. But all of these libraries, I took them from the host system. We cheated. We cheated so that I could have something fun. But it's time to get serious, I told myself. It's time to actually build GCC as a cross-compiler. It's time to build an actual version of a compiled libc or LD Linux and all of this nonsense. This is difficult, though. No more cheating, in other words. So I got some of a start to GCC on the bin utils. And now we kind of need to, like, I think we need to, like, build, I don't know, I need a to-do file. We need to, like, what is the order of operations? The order of operations for the GCC stuff? Maybe? We need bin utils. Maybe I should have like little check boxes here. And then we need I think GCC itself, maybe. And then I think we need a libc, maybe. And then I think we do libgcc, maybe. And I think we need libc++, maybe. I don't know. Like if we skip building libgcc, this does work. And then I think it's libm. And then I think we need to like figure out LD Linux .so nonsense. glibc for now. And then we can build node. Yeah. And then we can do something else. And then we can profit. Oh, yeah. Also, hello and welcome to Takeda. Welcome. Although we are planning on, like, stopping the stream soon-ish. So far, I've, like... We did that kind of, sort of... We didn't do that. We did do proof of concept, which is like Linux, node, CP libstar rootfs. Dot. Which is like, you know, the boring route. And we did all of these, you know, we like did that, we did that, and we like write the rest of the JS operating system. I can spell. We cannot spell. And then maybe we can go too deep. Right, core utils in JS. We could write, I don't know, bin utils in JS. A make system, build system in JS. Possibly. A very evil stuff. Right, like, I don't know, system config stuff in JS. We could in fact write a JS compiler in JS. I'm like, you may or may not be memeing, but this is actually an idea that I had to solve an obnoxious problem. Because, like, I want to, like, replace libc with a custom one. In JS. Writing libc in JS, in JavaScript, would be kind of very difficult unless I had a good way of, like, you know, actually building the thing. So I think we need to, like, build some sort of weird, like, JS compiler. Should be like, probably like JS with like different targets. We need different targets. Something like a JS to C target. And then we probably need like a JS to like, maybe like x86 or something. Which we could do with a JS to C. Could be via JS to C. Maybe. Because this also has to, like, generate headers. And to generate headers. .h files for C projects. Maybe. And then I also kind of wanted to do, like, JS to, like, WASM. Probably. Some other nonsense that I thought would be, like, a C compiler in JS. E? Maybe we can do like an x86-64 target? x86-4 assembler target in JS. This is actually sort of partially done. There's a lot of steps. There's operating systems are difficult. Operating systems are a little bit difficult. What do we need? We need make. Probably. So node, GCC, etc. Let's see, what kind of core utilities do we need? We probably need bash. I don't know, we need probably ls, cp, rm. What else is there? What else is there? I should probably find a whole list of these. So you don't need any of that. Where did I... I had a window open. Oh, there it is. Let's see here. What else do... Oh, there's a lot of files. There's so many. There are still so many. We probably need exec. Some of these are part of bash. Like exec, ls. Maybe all of these are bash related, kind of, sort of. Move? I think I could probably just like peruse the like build file here or something. Or the config file. That's probably got more of the meat in it. Echo? We need echo. echo. So we might need printf. Maybe. pwd. Maybe. Cat? Can't believe I forgot cat. LN? Might need find? I don't know. I need eval. I think I saw that somewhere. I think we need ends. Any more things. Configure. We need test dash 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 et al. All that stuff. Probably. The objective is to like run like this file, for example. Diff? Oh, we need diff. You know, it's a good operating system if it can like build all the parts of itself. We need sed. Everyone's favorite. No, I say ending soon, and then I'm like staring at this thing, and I start making like a giant to-do list. Typical Maisaka behavior. Oh, I need grap. How did I forget grapple? Ay. I'm just so sometimes. Expert. Evil. Not evil. That's an exit. I mean, technically we also would need like bash control flow. Be like if then the for do done while we have case in thing is that commands. I don't know if I see any in this particular file, but we do need them. I do probably need these. There's also the lesser known group. Very simple, but we also need CD. I think. I don't know if I want to implement it right away or not, but I might use alias. Because that's part of the POSIX things. I was mainly just like looking at things that are in this particular file. We have set. Set. Maybe we have export. I don't know. PS? I don't think we have any PS instances in here, do we? Oh, that's not going to be easy to find. We don't need that for like a GCC build. Armor. So I probably should like sort these by, I don't know, whether or not we need them. So like PS is sort of a utility. Don't know if we need right away. These are like not needed for GCC. You know, another possible crazy idea would be like what's it called? Taking all of the taking all of like this bash and translating it into JavaScript. I need continue. This would be kind of a nightmare. Trap? Oh no, what do we have? Trap? We need trap? Is it a trap? Probably need true. I probably need false. What about tail? Yep, there's definitely tail. We need tail. Probably touch. I'm guessing head. CMP, is that in the list of utilities? It is. Eek. Tail, then head? No, tail, and then... Tail comes first, clearly. That's not how any of this works. E? Or maybe it is. I don't know. I love embedding my C code in my bash scripts. Totally would do that. Yep, absolutely. Maybe not. I might reluctantly say, at least it's not Python. But Python might actually be easier to read than some of this. Honestly, I don't think that if it was written or translated into JavaScript, I don't actually think it would be all that bad. Maybe with the right kind of like wrapper functions. We need to support break. So much for ending soon, question mark, I say, reluctantly. Oh, we're still going. We're still going. Oh my god, we're still going. Why are we Mesaka? Why are we being so Mesaka? E? Too much E? I don't know if it would be faster to like just look through the list of utilities and then try to find certain ones. Like, do we have AR? We have AR for targets. If we just shotgun POSIX utilities, then we're going to end up with a bunch that I don't know if we actually want. The name of the game here isn't to, like, do all of them. It's to do the bare minimum viable. Let me be lazy, damn it. What about cut? Do we have any calls to cut? I don't think we do. Not in here, anyway. What about date? No. What about EX? We have flex and lex. What about file? I don't think we use file. What is this to? Database joiner. Why is that in the POSIX utility list? This is a big list. It's sort of a big list. What do you do? Return from a function? We do need return. It might help if I put these like in pseudo alphabetical order. With as many as there are. As much eek. Wow, read. There's read in here. A read is a pretty favorable function for some advanced nonsense in batch. I don't know if we need it, but I might put it in the like list here. What about TR? Oh, we probably need that. That one's a classic. A true staple of stuff. Stuff. Mm-hmm. Yep. Stuff. Definitely stuff. Totally stuff. Yeah, that's a lot of utilities. Very E. I mean, it's not so many that we couldn't do it, but like, this is gonna be like E. It's definitely gonna be a thing. It'll be a reading book. A very book. I'm just like, how much of this stuff is like generated? And how much of this stuff Web OS? No, this is more like it's like an actual like an operating system that you run like on computer. So like demo? The demo, this is a virtual machine. Regular like PC virtual machine. It's sort of got like the minimum viable thing. It's basically just like Linux and it runs Node. It's like a Linux kernel that runs Node. And then all of the like all this like standard system utilities, functions, all of that stuff is going to be written in like JavaScript, or let's face it, TypeScript, because I don't want to raw dog the JavaScript. So yeah, it's gonna be like a Linux kernel with JavaScript on top. No bash. No bash at all. That's the thing. If something requires bash, we're going to replace this with either a JavaScript version of bash Or I'm going to rewrite whatever it is in JavaScript. This is the part that makes it kind of evil. That makes things kind of sort of interesting. Do we have like tea? I don't know if that's in here. I don't know if that's in here. What about install? I don't know if that's part of the standard utilities or not. I don't know if install is part of the standard utility. Expand? Probably not expand. Text editor, add another text editor. Dot. Dear name. I don't use that, do we? Where are those make files? This one, maybe? Yeah, we use your name. The top layer is JavaScript. Everything compatible with JavaScript can be layered. And layered. And layered. Until we get JavaScript all the way down. I don't know if we will or not. Base name? Base name? They don't use awk, do they? They may or may not use awk. I don't know. They do appear to maybe call awk. This is stuff mainly for GCC. Awk. Oh, lol. Oh, this needs more. With more H. Oops. Oops. Don't do that. No. Patch? I don't know what that does. Check some commands. I don't know. What about DD? Use. Why are we in visual? I doubt that they would use this. I doubt that I would be able to find this. Not being compiled. JavaScript compiler. In JavaScript. By the way, if we need to make JavaScript faster, we will compile the JavaScript. Probably gonna happen, maybe. What about M4? I don't know if some of this stuff uses M4, but do we call M4? TypeScript engine? It's kind of like the TypeScript compiler. TypeScript, what's it called? I think their language server, their compiler, all that nonsense is being like straight up ported to Go. So at some point we might have to be like, I don't know, my operating system might have to target building Go. File is no longer valid. Nani? Gib make file? You call M4 anywhere. It does? Yeah? I need M4. The thing about the, like, TypeScript conversion thing, if you don't know, TypeScript is written in TypeScript. There's a trippy thing for you. So what they did is that they made like a program that converts TypeScript into Go. Then they ran that on their like TypeScript code base. And then anything that failed the like automated conversion, they're like going through and like massaging to work the correct way. So there is like a level of automation to it. Well, that's actually half the reason why it's a thing that exists at all right now, is because they like automated the porting process, and then that covered like most of the code base. Obviously, it did not cover everything. Learn a language that's compiled by another language into a third language. Imagine learning a language that's compiled from one language into another language to compile another language. But the language that it was compiled from by is compiled by another language that's compiled by like a fourth language. It's languages all the way down. It's got so many layers. 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 That might be that most of Go is probably self-hosting. I don't know. It'd be kind of E. Don't get lost in dependency hell. Anything but that. Anything but that. Vibe code in OS. I don't think it's possible. You might be calling it, but like, I don't know. That might be something that's like too deep. Certainly too deep for me. I don't think I could pull that off. I am like surprisingly bad at trying to ask AI for anything. So I get like, I don't know if it's just the way I'm asking, but like I get the worst answers. In a lot of ways, I am too vague for my own good. I think the AI have been like overhyped ever since they came out. Like, I was kind of like, I don't know, when they first like made the Chat GPT, like the very first one available, like I tried that a little bit once upon a time. And it was kind of like, cool, I can make this thing. I can ask this thing about whatever, and it will just like spit out answers or code or whatnot. But the novelty factor wore off pretty quickly, though, once I tried to get it to actually spit out any usable code. And although refinements have kind of like, I guess, improved about their consistency, it's still sort of like not. It's sort of like not good. Some of the stuff that the AI writes are just, it's not good. Oh yeah. The AI. The open AI. I don't know about these models. You still have to ask them things. Still have to ask the models things, and then they will be like, certainly. And then they will spit out giant blobs of text. But asking them is the hard part. Always. I don't know if they can, like, self-generate code in any way that's decent. I don't even know what I'm doing here anymore. I'm gonna find lists of utilities. I think it would be probably better in the long run, though. If I just, like, I don't know, started to make this thing in one of the streams, and then we make it just, like, print out commands that it doesn't know. And then, I mean, I have to do that anyway. And then I would, like, make it go through this list. Good enough. May or may not be good enough. What else do we need? We need what? Like double quote something var. We need all that. I don't know. Then that should not be a separate thing. I think that should not be a separate thing. Yeah. Akimov libc for later. For later. And then I don't know, Akimov libc++. Maybe? Maybe. I don't know. Plans? The best laid plans of my saga? And to fall apart. They tend to fall apart. They kind of fragment. They drop them, they fall apart, they shatter into tiny little pieces. Paste a string of 291 characters. I think at that point you're probably better off just trying to ask the AI to generate code to count the number of characters. Cause I don't know, when it comes to like counting the length of strings, the AI really don't know about it. They have no clue. A good AGI probably would write a program, assuming, like, you know, it has the ability to actually do that. Because some of these LLMs, they have this thing which is like the ability to like run programs, but some of them don't have this. In fact, like, I don't know, one of the ones that I tried, the DeepSeek one, did not have the ability to run programs or tools or whatnot. So if it doesn't have the ability to like actually run the programs, it probably won't bias itself towards writing the programs. But a lot of them have like, some of the good ones have access to like these little embedded, like, usually it's Python. Usually they're like Python runners. So like the AI can like write programs, spit out program code into one of these runners, and then feed it input. But not all the models support this. Which is kind of a bummer because it sounds like a very interesting feature. And I think more of the LLMs should support it. The LLM just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Doesn't it? I just close that. Let's see, I want... I want some of those config files. Configure? I don't know if we did that. Now that I think about it, I didn't really configure. I didn't get some of these. If I like yank this line, does it actually give me a line? No, it gets cut off. Why you do this to me? Give me the line. The whole line, and nothing but the line. It's like, I want like build GCC. I want to save these. We want build bin utils. I don't know if I need both with sysroot and with build sysroot or not. The hardcore operating system development. Is it though? Maybe. I mean, I am kind of sort of like... I do sort of want to do it like the complete-ish way. What do we do here? Build glibc. I don't know where we put that. glibc. I don't know if we built this one correctly or not. All the streams between 9 and 12 hours. I go way overboard sometimes. sometimes... Wait, did I even build glibc? Build glibc. I mean, I have a thing for it. Okay, figure. No, glibc configure. I don't know if it supports sysroot or not. What we got here? Cross-compile to build programs on host. Yeah, I don't know if we did this. The toggle bits? Maybe? Maybe like, I don't know. Shout out some of these, maybe? Solding is a good stream. I can recommend this. Probably toggle bit too, honestly. Because I've watched both of them before. Very, very... I have to wait for all the shout-out cooldowns. Angry? Very angry? Every half-decent programmer has to get angry at things sometimes. Kind of, sort of. But also, that's sort of just sort of the nature of, like, bigger channels. You get some people who come in and they, like, ask silly kind of sort of questions that make nonsense. Silly kind of questions that ask some sort of nonsense. Whereas, I don't know, I'm very chill, I guess, in that regard. Like, there aren't necessarily any stupid questions. Like, this is a very complex topic. Computer operating systems are complex topic. Lots and lots of things to do. Did I do this? Probably did not do this yet. Good night to the Lotus. I don't think we did enable shared on bin utils. So here, we need to run this with enable shared. Ending soon for 2 hours. For real though. For real though. Let's see, host has to be my evil triplets. And then does it support sysroot? I don't know. The gift that keeps on gifting. gift that keeps on gifting. I think with the glibc, we have to set the prefix to be maybe the root fs. Or should I use prefix to root fs? Does configure support sysroot? I almost certainly did not do this yet. Definitely not. Alright, you are glibc. The ears. Not the ears. Anything but the ears. Yeah. And then we have what, libgcc. It's like in here, and then we like make all target GCC. Libgcc. So let's make all GCC, probably with a generous number of threads. Probably. Potentially, I could like throw a bunch of these like build steps into like a script. And then have it like build all the things. Maybe? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Now we're hitting the 11-hour mark. E. This always happens to me. I always end up in this place. Yeah, we didn't do glibc. I don't think we did anyway. Prefix / enable shared. Slow local models. Not the slow local models. Location of system headers to use. Location of bin utils. Put tools in path. Let me type path. Yeah. Because I want to reproduce a bunch of this stuff. Means I have to do a bunch of this stuff. Should we with headers equals Linux user include? Or should we bin utils equals a tools bin? We don't know. Should we with SE Linux? Probably not. That would be a chore. Here he is. Static NSS, probably not. Stack protector, maybe not. File shared. I don't know if I should do other features. Other directories. Is that other directory maybe? I don't know what I'm gonna do with like the system layout, but it's a maybe. It's a maybe. It's all a bit of a definite maybe. See, I think we want to make install. To the prefix. To the tools prefix. Right, you are cross GCC. You are cross bin utils. Probably. Probably. This is all the stuff that I was talking about maybe doing earlier in the stream. Just writing this down. Is it an operating system or a web app? Is it both or is it neither? In many respects, and in the serious part of this, if you can even call it serious, it's technically not a web app at all. Because it's not web compatible. Because there isn't really any, like... There technically would not be, like, web objects in the environment. Well, maybe there would be in some ways. I don't know. Like, for instance, Node is very different from, say, Chromium. Because you have, like, direct APIs to access things like file systems and sockets and networks and buffers and then, like, third-party libraries. All of which is stuff that, say, for example, Chromium does not really offer you. Chromium, however, offers you APIs that don't exist in Node. It's just things like Web USB or Web Serial or whatnot. You don't get that stuff when it comes to Node. So there's definitely a lot of, like, weird trade-offs. Kinda, sorta. Yeah. Get clone bin utils and GCC maybe? Maybe. But I also have to, like, put my diffs back into GCC and bin utils because I did some nonsense to pretend like I'm a different operating system type. Different operating system with potentially a different, like, libc. Yeah. Oh, there's so much stuff that I want to, like, add to this list. But if I start designing it out more, I feel like I'm gonna be here all night. I don't know if we want this or not. What do we have for GCC? Do you have anything that I need to build all of this stuff? Container, serial, page 1, host shared. Hello there, and welcome. I want to enable LTO, maybe? Lots of things. I don't know if they're shared in here or not. There's host shared. Libraries for build system. Yeah. Build sysroot. Yeah, we have that. Config. Did that. I guess there is sort of like another possible option, which would be like dig into Clang and LLVM for Node instead? Question marks? Currently, I am working on a to-do list for the next stream, I think. Because today I was like working on trying to build custom versions of like GCC, libc, and the bin utils. Because I want to replace the one that I borrowed from the system, my host system, with a custom one. So that we can like cross-compile them. So I tried to set up like the bare minimum of a cross-compile target. That didn't go over so well. Yeah, we need all of this stuff for the JavaScript OS because unless I want to replace like Node.js, we need all of this stuff for Node.js. And I don't want to borrow the one from my host system. I want to be able to build this stuff myself. For reproducibility purposes. I think we also need like libc++ or something. libm. I don't think we put those in my to-do list, did we? We put them down here. Anything else that Node wants? And we need to build. Because, like, if you just, like, borrow the system libraries, then you can get something very cut and dry and to the point. This is like proof of concept, I guess, of what we're going for with all the like build system nonsense. It's Linux, because I don't want to write another kernel, and we basically just init straight into like Node. Can we like move this? Or can we like actually end soon? We don't know. So yeah, this is Linux and it inits straight into Node. And I'm like, yep, that's a thing. If you want to just run Node, works, I guess. It's kind of a bit, I don't know. It's kind of a lot to do that. I feel like we could like, I don't know, maybe like trim out some features from Node for the, because this is like the init RAM file system right now. And I'm like, you don't need to put as many features in the init RAM file system. Because it's not used for as much. It's basically just supposed to get the system up and going. So I don't know if we need that many functions. And it's not that we're gonna like re-implement libm. Is that we have to build libm to like build Node? So like, I don't know. If we need to like figure out a replacement for it, then we will, but I don't know if we do. Because there's a lot of this stuff where it's like, do I replace it? Do I not? I don't know. Target for memory usage. It's not so much a target for like, I guess memory usage. It's more like a target for like, I don't know, the initial operating system size. Like the init RAM file system. I think I would like to not have it be so ridiculous. Did we like import my thing from earlier? Chaos. And we can ls slash. Right now the biggest thing in the file system image is Node. Node is clocking in here at 122 megabytes. And then I think the second largest thing is like libc++ at what, 22 megabytes? It'd be preferable if I could like shrink down libc++ a little bit. That might be a bit of a lofty goal. I kind of want to shrink down libc a little bit. Because I don't know that I want to use glibc. I just want a libc. I might want to write one myself. But when it comes to Node, I don't know how many features we can like rip out of Node. We might be able to like dynamically link certain things into Node instead. Because like this is the one that we custom built, and then I think my host system also has like a version of Node. Is it user bin Node? How big are the host system node is 63 megabyte. Roughly half the size of the custom built one. Now, of course, it dynamically links to a whole bunch of stuff. Pull out the pieces. I pulled them all out. So I think as far as like memory capacity goes, I want to cut the size of Node in half at least, get it down to like this 63 megabyte value, if I can. And we probably also want to like reduce the size of libc, libc++, minimize those. And then I don't know if I want to like try to statically link like libgcc into things or not. But again, I sort of want to like maybe investigate LLVM and see if that's any better with its support library. Runtime. 256 megabyte runtime? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Because we're already less than 256 megabytes. But it could be smaller. So yeah, that's sort of the goals. Those are sort of some goals. So we want to like rip out features from Node, make it smaller. Alternate JS engines. Or something that we want to look into, because I want to like, I think we want to like try like Deno V8 by itself. I remember that was like kind of awkward looking to build, so I don't know. Maybe there's other runtimes out there. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know. I still don't know if I want to write a libc or use a different one. It's sort of like a maybe. Too much of a maybe. The never-ending, unceasing, inconceivable. For real though. Alright, I gotta put this down before I drive myself insane. Let's quit that. Let's quit that. Be like the end is actually approaching. Say my goodbyes properly. Yeah. I'll be like, bye-bye for now and all that. Take care, maybe. Visit me again next time. The next planned stream is probably gonna be like Tuesday. We'll see if we actually make that or not. I've been having a lot of trouble with like schedules. So it's all been kind of complicated. I might also work on some of this stuff off stream. I don't know. The only place. What, on like Twitch or like on this channel or what? My cup of tea is cold. My tea is cold. I might as well just pour out the rest of my tea and drink it. The YouTube. Lots of YouTube. I am terrible at trying to upload my stuff to YouTube. I said at the beginning of this year that I would consider like trying to do it, upload more stuff to YouTube, and I'm like, I don't want anything to do with any of that. Every single time I'm like, oh, I should upload more stuff to YouTube. I'm like, I don't want to upload stuff to YouTube. I never. So I don't even put my VODs up there anymore half the time. Cause like I don't want to like convert my video. I don't want to label my videos ever. I don't want to like upload videos. I don't want to have to download my video and split them in half and then re-upload the split halves and then rename all that. E. It's all just E. Like, I feel like I should be doing this. Like, it would be better for the stream if there's like discoverability on YouTube. But I'm like, who's gonna watch VODs that are like 8 and 10 hours long? Or VODs that are like a pair of like 6-hour split halves of a single stream? Maybe I'm too pessimistic. New emails? What are we talking about email for? No email. Yeah. So I'm like, maybe one day I'll be like not lazy and actually transfer my videos to YouTube. And it's not like it's difficult either. Like if the stream is less than 12 hours, there's a literally like a button I can click in the Twitch dashboard that will like send my video to YouTube. And I just never do it. Editing. I want to actually like chop down my video into like decent edited clips, which I have done before to certain things. That's very time consuming. That takes me a while. Usually I use the Twitch highlighter for it because like desktop solutions, I don't have any decent desktop solution. I could probably trim stuff out with like FFmpeg if I were determined. But to like scrub through the stream is difficult. There's just so much. Auto editing, I don't know that I can auto edit with an LLM. Because like it's video. I don't know of any LLMs that know how to like process video and make sense of it. Like my stream doesn't have a like a transcript to it. So I would need to like get some other tool, probably AI based, to like generate a transcript, and then there's a chance that it's probably going to be like borked because let's face it, the AI have no clue what the hell I'm saying. Like I don't know about you, but have you ever read AI generated subtitles? They suck. The AI suck at trying to subtitle anything, let alone me and my like rambly kind of messy mode of speech. It's yeah. Like, I am notoriously difficult to understand for an AI like subtitler. They don't understand me. The AI does not understand the Meisaka. And like, I've subtitled my own videos before, like some of my early YouTube stuff, which was like gameplay. I listened to it once, and I wrote out my own subtitles, and it was very extremely time consuming. It was so extremely... Hello there. It was so extremely time consuming. And welcome to Azure. How are you doing today? Hopefully not too exhausted. What are we cooking? I would say this to-do list, but I'm not like... I don't know. We're at the part of the stream where I'm like, I've been live too long, I should really end. You doing good? This is good to hear. This is kind of good to hear. You know, personally, I am kind of surprised that I am still live. I thought I would have ended by now, but no, I got distracted writing out my to-do list for the next several streams. And here we are. We need to like shout out Azure. Azure has some very comfy streams. And can usually be caught like either playing stuff or doing game dev. Both are good from time to time. I've like lurked there a lot when I'm bored. I haven't been doing this recently with my schedule being all messed up. I've been very tired. I haven't been like lurking in my usual channels. This has made me slightly sad, but I can still recommend it. There was another channel earlier that we didn't shout out. We didn't get through all the shout outs today. Yeah. Forgot about some of those. I forgot about some of those other channels. Yeah, such is the nature of things. I need to, like, take a page out of the book of some of the other green streams and add a thing that tells me when the shout-out timer goes down to, like, 0 or whatever. Hello and welcome to Vim Diesel. Have we ever mentioned that this is an amazing name? I don't know if you're too late, but you are a little bit late. Or maybe I'm just way too early. Auto queue them. I mean, I have my own auto queue system, but then I'd have to like set it up to like auto queue. Which is actually not that difficult, come to think of it. Cause like I have a custom like Twitch bot thing. It supports queuing commands. I could put the shoutout command into it. This is the thing that I could do. I don't know. I've just been so lazy about all of it. I did not forget Vim Diesel. I've definitely seen you before. I remember chatting with you before. I remember how awesomely hilarious this name was. But that does not stop me from mentioning it every single time. Every single time. The red alert source code. It's not really topical, I don't think. Is it? I don't know. Yeah, today was not the most interesting of streams ever. It was just me like struggling to like figure out how to like configure a custom like OS target in like GCC and like glibc or no. Binutils? I think it was Binutils and GCC. Trying to build a custom OS target. I spent way too many hours on it. It did not go very well. And we still don't have a successful like we still don't even have all the parts. Log sec. Logs. I don't even know what this is. I don't think I've ever heard of log sec. What are you? What are you? Knowledge management and collaboration platform. I don't even know what this does. I read their description and I'm like, what even? What do you even do? I understand some of these words on their own, but when you put them together like that, I still don't understand what is it? I don't know what it is. I have no clue. A JavaScript operating system. Yeah, the overarching theme is to make a JavaScript operating system. I have like this like proof of concept that we can like start up in a virtual machine to be like, lol, we did the thing, sorta almost. but I cheated a lot to get there. We don't want to cheat. We want to do it the legit way. We want to build all the components. Hence the giant to-do list with cross-compilers and libc and how to build Node and all this obnoxious stuff, which I don't know. Considered well, I sort of considered cheating to be like copying libraries from my host system without building them myself. Because in some respects, like I wanna at the very least build all of the different components myself. Even if we stay using like glibc, for example, if we keep using glibc, I want to build glibc myself, so I'm not dependent on like the Arch Linux glibc or whatever. Like, in every respect possible, I want this thing to like either build its own libraries or provide its own libraries such that it could be considered like an independent distribution of some sort. So that means building a cross compiler, building all the libraries, building Node from source, building Node's dependencies from source, build Linux from source, which we already kind of did, build Linux from source using like the cross compiler even maybe. Yeah, we basically want independent distribution or like or ultimately even maybe like an independent like operating system. Without forking an existing one, which means everything from scratch, kind of. But I have settled on a couple of things. For sure, I want to use the Linux kernel for this project. No custom kernels. We want to stick with Linux because Linux is a very good kernel. Linux has like wide user space support. I mainly want to focus on rewriting user space components, which is going to be difficult. Oh my god, we've hit another ad break. We've gotten lost. So this is sort of like my to-do list for, I don't know, getting to Node. The kernel? Just as hard? I don't know what you mean by, like, just as hard, but, like, But, like, the thing is, like, kernel programming, you kind of have to write kernels in some sort of, like, halfway decent systems language. And yes, while the system may be sort of partially a bit of a meme, I don't want it to be like, I don't know. We don't want to like, I don't want to run JavaScript in kernel space. Like, I feel like this has already been done, possibly multiple times by multiple different like people. And I'm not really about that. Not that that isn't interesting, but like, it's not the route I want to go. So I'm like, I just want to take an existing kernel and build a custom user space for it. Because although the operating system is kind of supposed to be a little bit of a meme, there's also a certain level of like, I almost want it to be like actually usable. Because then it's like we can like piecemeal replace parts of like the we can like replace some of these libraries as I work on them. We can like replace some of the like core utilities as I write them. We can potentially make like, I don't know, the actual components that make up an operating system instead of being like struggling on in like kernel land. Because everybody tries to write kernels for things, custom kernels. Custom kernels are kind of fun sometimes. I would know because like I was trying to write a kernel for an operating system once, and there's a lot required to do that. And sometimes I'm in the mood for that, and sometimes I'm not. Sometimes you just want to be in user space. This way I get to have all the fun of like write a custom user space. We have a kernel, we know it works, we have drivers for a majillion things. So we don't have to worry about writing drivers for different pieces of hardware. You can just load the modules, build them into Linux, and then it's up to the user space to like tell Linux to load the modules. And then once we like do all that, we can make like, I don't know, stuff to like configure the system, or we could build like shells or UI or like all sorts of nifty stuff. You know, all the stuff that you need for operating systems. Starting with everything to like cross-compile GCC, and then moving on to more advanced stuff, like compilers. I put some like pretty cursed stuff on my long-term goals here. Like trying to compile JavaScript into like C or native code. Schedules? Schedulers? Why are we talking about schedulers? Eh? Schedulers, if you're talking about like the stuff that the kernel does to like reschedule processes and threads, that stuff is kind of obnoxious. I mean, I did some of it, but it's obnoxious. I don't want to deal with all that, though. Nope, I just want to write compilers and assemblers and weird POSIX compatible utilities that are written in JavaScript. This is fun, air quotes. Fun, yeah, fun. Definitely fun. I don't know if we should do some of these next time or if we should continue down this path. I don't know. I said my goodbyes earlier, and then I got distracted. And now we're here. And now it's been 11 hours and 49 minutes. Or 11 hours and 50 something minutes. E? For real though? Then we need to end at this point, or I'm just gonna be sitting here rambling forever. Bye bye. Take care. If I'm around on next Tuesday, that's I don't know. That's when I'm planning to be back. And we'll hopefully do some of this. We may or may not do some of it off stream. Who knows? As always, E. Or maybe E. And go now. Bye bye. Do I don't, do I raid anyone? I don't know if anyone I know is even live. The answer is no. Nobody that I know is live. Hello, Kitco. Bye bye, Kitco. I hope you slept well. Where is the stop button? I have found it. Too much yeet. I don't know. I don't get to sleep. I don't even get to sleep for like another 2 hours. I have to stay awake. That's the best or worst part of all of this. I will probably be like reading a bunch of documentation after I stop the stream. Go figure. Anyways, take care. I keep talking.